Good morning. We're getting it in bright and early today because I want to be done with Kanto very soon. So let's jump right in, shall we? If you haven't joined us in a while, or if this is the first time that you are joining us, then welcome. This is the Ultimate Living Origin Form Pokédex, and currently I am almost done catching every single Pokemon in Kanto, that being normal Pokemon and all of their forms, and the shiny Pokemon in all their forms. There will be some left out by the end of this before we move on to Hoenn, because I have to breed some things to get into Pokeballs, because that's part of the challenge, is getting everything in a Pokeball. But regardless, for the Kanto portion of this challenge, I'm almost done. And I have saved all of the fishing encounters for this end section here. We have a bunch of different fishing encounters, 10 of them across the region, and then 3 of them in Cerulean Cave, and then the rest of the encounters that I need will also be in Cerulean Cave as wild encounters. So that's what we have left. And fishing RNG is a little bit trickier than, you know, your typical RNG, mainly because when you throw a fishing line, there's no guarantee that it will actually fish up a Pokemon. So, for example, I don't even have the Super Rod, do I? Well, I need to go get the Super Rod, but just as an example, I throw out this Good Rod here. You have those dots, and look, it says not even a nibble. So I didn't even get anything there. And if that were to happen while I'm trying to RNG a Pokemon, then that's going to throw things off a little bit. Not that I can't compensate for it a little, but it's going to be annoying. And so one thing that will help with that is a Pokemon with the ability Illuminate, which Staryu has. And it just so happens that we need both a Staryu and a Starmie for the Pokédex, because they are version exclusive to Leaf Green. And I played through Fire Red the first time, so I don't have them yet. So first things first, I need to go get the Super Rod, Major Key, and then I'm going to fish 2 normal Starmie up. And once I have those, I will utilize their abilities to hopefully get fishing encounters more often. This is the guy that gives it, right? Oh, wait, no, the Super Rod is... that's in the other place. Okay, hold on. Super Rod is over here. Oh. Guess that wasn't necessary, but okay. There we go. I'll be fishing up some Magikarp here in a little bit, but not right away. What's going on, Ash? How you doing? I guess I don't really need to be tucked away for this because I am just fishing up some Staryu, so... Well, I haven't been checking lately, so you have to bear with me. There we go. I suppose I should have Venusaur out first, shouldn't I? Excuse me. Still got a little bit of that morning to shake off. As often as I can. No guarantees, but as often as I can. Very nice. And now we need to get to the Staryu section of this. Alright, one regular Staryu. Time to catch one more for Starmie. And then we can commence with the shiny RNGs, hopefully. What's up, Gucci? That is my hope too, Ash. You! Oh, man. That brings me back. Well, I appreciate you saying that. Weekend's been pretty good. I was very busy yesterday, and I got plans later today, so I'm trying to sneak in a stream. I also probably should have switched to Venusaur, but that's okay. I'll just chuck balls. So, yeah, like I said before, I really want to finish Kanto, and I'm not going to pass up an opportunity, even if I have to get up at the butt crack of dawn. You catch my drift. But that is Starmie. Staryu, Starmie, I get them mixed up sometimes in my head, but we have the normal versions of each of those, and hopefully one of those had Illuminate. Alright, you have Natural Cure. Please tell me the other one had Illuminate, because I kind of need that. We shall see, Ash. We shall see. Oh, damn it. They both have Natural Cure. Okay, well, looks like we're going to be fishing up even more Staryus. So if that's the case, let's put you in front. You were worried I was going to forget, huh, Gucci? Well, that's not entirely unfounded. I do tend to get a little spacey sometimes. No doubt. No doubt in my mind. Oh, I see. What's the encounter rate? Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've already found 2. Surely it's not that bad. Or are you saying that I got very lucky just now? Oh, 10%, okay. That's nothing to scoff at. But clearly, the game likes me. Is 10 line required? Basically, yes. If you don't have 10 lines, then it's hard to calibrate your timer. You could theoretically, I guess, set things up with Pokefinder alone, but then when you, ooh, interesting. But then when you don't get your shiny first try, and you need to calibrate, not having 10 lines is going to be a real pain. Okay, 3rd time's the charm. Let me illuminate. Natural cure again. Okay. Might as well keep trying this. You know what? If one of my shiny spreads has illuminate, then I might just go with that and then have a little bit of an extra hard time here. So let's go ahead and see my first Staryu. Here, let's go to this page here. So these are my remaining spreads. This is my first Staryu here. I'm going to copy the seed, go into Pokefinder. I'm going to plug that in, do Super Rod, Vermilion, Staryu, Shiny. Okay, so this one has Natural Cure. What about the other one? Does the other one have Illuminate? They both have Natural Cure. Okay. Seems to be a very common ability. All right. So in that case, I do think I need to kind of just continue looking for a normal Starmie with Natural Cure, unfortunately. So let's just keep looking. Exactly. It's all the different seeds and all the different spreads. Also, Starmie right away is pretty cool. But yeah, between all the different seeds, you know, it'd be one thing if you were searching on one seed. You could easily kind of figure out where you've landed without the 10 lines, but yeah, you're going to need it when searching for IVs across multiple seeds. I'm getting natural. Well, I guess it's not the worst thing, but surely, isn't it like a 50-50 for the PC, or not PC, for the ability? Sitting in the dark, boys. Okay. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Alright, so you are just a little turd. I don't need you. And I guess I'll keep you all there and keep you here. Maybe I'll just plug you in there. Okay. Gang, we are, I think, finally ready. That honestly would not be the most surprising thing to me if, like, there was a glitch that made it super rare. Alright, I'm going all the way to this corner here, just to ensure that I will not be disrupted. And by disrupted, I mean sometimes the moving NPCs will throw off the RNG, so I'm just trying to avoid them as best I can. Register you, and I'll go ahead and keep this page open because I know I'm going to have to change the settings before this is all said and done. With that being said, let's go back, copy my first spread here into Pokefinder. 1430. And that's the guy I'm going after, so we're going to plug that into the 10 lines. Eight 23-8. Two 28-23. And this should be stereo help. And this one right here. Okay, we are all set. And this needs to be stereo help. That is very bold of you to say, Gucci. Getting a fishing encounter first try? That is, that's quite bold of you. Also, there's almost no chance of that because the calibration for fishing is different, and I don't think I saved my fishing calibration from the previous attempts. Let me see. I have Method 1 calibrations, I have Sweet Sense. I don't have fishing. Okay. So, more than likely, we actually are going to have to, like, full-on calibrate this first. I mean, I could take a shot in the dark and maybe, but it's such a long shot. It's probably not going to happen. It would probably be as rare as getting a full-on shiny, so if I do get that, then you definitely called it. Anyway, so what do I want to have? I guess I should leave the calibration section blank then, since I really have no idea. Well, maybe I'll just have... Nah, that's not even worth it. I'm going to leave it blank. All right, so everyone be aware, this is a calibration run. This is not a serious run. I actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'm currently on a hot streak right now because I got my last 2 shiny encounters from Victory Road twice in a row. So, not counting this calibration because this is, again, I need to calibrate this first, but not counting this, I could continue that streak. Having to do the calibration does muddy the water a little bit, but... Okay, already not getting a nibble. Alright, Illuminate's really helping here. Okay. Well, that was a dud. Already we're struggling, even with the help of Illuminate. Very unfortunate. Probably gonna need to get my fan on here already. If only everything could be as easy as Emerald. Okay, G's. Alright, I finally landed something, but that's not first hook, so... At least this will give me a rough idea of what my calibration needs to be. Gyarados. Well, I'm glad you think so. That was one of my goals, is to make it as comfy and pleasing as possible. Okay, no results, but that's because my frame range is too narrow. So let's bring this up a little bit. Oh, surely it's not like that much. Not 50,000, 5,000. And is this a different method? It is. This is a Wild 4 Gyarados. For those who don't know, basically sometimes the game will generate a Pokemon in a slightly different way than it usually does because there's an interruption in the process based on the way the game runs. All that to say, I now know that I landed on frame 1339 when my target was 1430. So actually earlier than expected, which is interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in my calibration for now. That's not going to be the same forever because that's considering having to reel in twice, you know, not getting a Pokemon the first cast. And that's actually mainly the reason why, but also I was on seed there, so valuable information. So I should be pretty close now. I'd say I need at least one more good calibration attempt on seed, first cast, before I can say, okay, I'm definitely going for the shiny now. First cast, come on. Okay. Second cast, come on. Okay. Well, now this is not a calibration attempt. This is just a shot in the dark. Had to hit it a little bit early, just in case, but yeah, no. So what happens is every time I throw a cast and I don't get an encounter, that basically delays the frame. Basically the PRNG state, the RNG algorithm advances by a little bit farther than it was before. And so if I do want to hit my target when that happens. I just need to press the button even earlier than the timer says to hit it. And the trouble with that is there's no indication of exactly how early. It's hard to get a sense of that, especially since the human mind does not operate in 16 millisecond intervals. So that would be very difficult to actually pull off, but it is possible, and I have kind of done it before in the last run. Okay, here we go. So if this is on seed, this will be a great opportunity to get a calibration. Well, I appreciate it. This is why I saved the fishing for almost last, because there's a lot more that goes into it. It can be annoying at times, or most of the time, I would say. But boy, is it satisfying to actually successfully land these guys. Okay, I was 1 seed late, unfortunately, but I was only 2 frames early. And so if we follow that logic, I'm probably pretty close. I won't be fully dialed in until I'm on seed and get first cast, but I think this is good. Because what will happen if I'm on seed and I get second cast, that's what I'm currently calibrated for, then I have a pretty good chance of getting the shiny. Then that's like it's an actual run. So I guess I'm hoping for second cast now. It's all a bunch of stuff, isn't it? First cast again. Okay. Meaning, if I want to hit the shiny, I'm going to want to delay my button press just a little bit. Nothing extreme. So that was a little bit later of an input for me. That was a star you, but not quite. Okay. Let's see where we are, keeping in mind that I was later on that press. I was on seed. This is another wild 4. And I was 1 frame early, actually. So I just needed to be 1 frame later, and I would have got it. So I wasn't late enough. So I guess I'll just keep, rolling with this. I'd say there's a pretty good chance I'll get it second cast anyway. So I'm just going to keep the calibration as it is. And then if I get first cast, I'm just going to try again. Because I was close, only off by 1 frame. Well, Dr. Calder, I think that it is important for you all to know how all this works. It's not as fun to watch if you don't know what I'm doing, I assume. Maybe it is. Maybe you just like watching numbers fly across the screen without any indication. Okay, so if I get the second cast, then I just need to... Okay, of course. So now I have to hit it early, if I can hit it at all. Okay. Maybe not early enough. Yeah, okay. We're just going to let that be. I figured Illuminate would really improve my chances, but so far it seems like it hasn't. Yeah, so Dr. Calder, so there are 2 frames that I need to be hitting. 2 frames. The first is the initial seed frame. So when this title screen animation is all played through, I press the A button at a certain time. That will determine my initial seed for the game's RNG algorithm. Then, from that initial seed, frames continue to be generated, and I have to hit a second A press a certain frames away from that seed. So, oh, that was, I actually know that was a late press, so I'm going to try that again. But, yeah, so it's the initial seed press first. So I can be off on that by however many frames. I'm usually off by 1 or 2 if I'm not on target. And then I also have to hit a certain number of frames away from that. So it's a double frame perfect RNG. And yes, I am going for the shiny Staryu. I'm going to get both Staryu and the Starmie as my first 2 targets for the day. All right. So the only hiccup with this is I just want to... Okay. Second cast, that would actually be ideal. Second cast, come on. Oh my god. Illuminate has really failed me. Really not doing anything for me. Okay. And that was a dud. Because I could not land a Pokemon in 3 casts. What about Star Us? Exactly. It's all about Star me, me, me. What a selfish society we live in. Oh, sure, yeah. It's kind of like magic. Seeing everything come together. At least I feel that way sometimes. That might have been late again. But we will see. Okay, first cast. Try to delay the input a little bit. The Staryu again, that might have been the same one I hit earlier, which would be 1 frame early. Funny enough. I just need a second cast, people. I mean, first cast is nice too, but... Based on the way this is going, I'm not super optimistic that I can finish all these fishing encounters today. But I hope to put at least a big dent in them. Oh yeah, nothing beats that hitting your target moment. Okay, second cast. That's what I want. I want a second cast. Okay, great. Let's hope I'm on seed. Okay. Another Staryu. I was 1 seed early, and I kind of suspected that, actually. And I ended up being 2 frames late as well, but it varies from seed to seed, so I don't need to pay attention to that too much. There are so many things that have to go right for this to work. I need to hit my seed, hit the right frame, in a situation where it's the second cast. If not, I need to correctly compensate for it, which is more of just like a feel thing. So that's another luck element too. So there's a lot that goes into this whole fishing thing. All right. Show me second cast. That's fine. First cast is fine. Just need to be late again. Okay. I think I'm only going to really check my spreads if I get second cast. All right. You know what? I'm going to just, to make this easier, I'm just gonna hit the frame the way it's supposed to be and see how far this is. Let's see exactly how early I am with the first cast. What that shakes out to. I was on seed and I was 3 frames early. Okay. So that seems to be the difference. It's about 3 frames difference between the first and second cast, which is very good to know, actually. Now, the question is, do I want to calibrate for first cast or do I want to stay with second cast? I guess it doesn't really matter. In all honesty, I think it's going to make things easier if I just keep it as it is. But I will keep that in mind. 3 frames difference, it seems, between casts. And of course, I'm getting first cast now. So let's feel out this 3-frame early energy. Or 3 frames later, I should say. Probably too late. Yeah. I don't think I hit my seed there either. All right. Coffee's on deck. We're doing this. Split the middle, exactly. Divide and conquer. Okay, second cast. Show me second cast. Okay, show me third cast. That's about all I have time for anyway. Okay. Tried to hit that early. Nope. Round and round we go. That was too late. Definitely too late. Aw, come on. So I know Illuminate is one strategy to increase my fishing encounters. There's other ways too, but I don't know if I have access to them at this moment. Because I think maybe like White Flute would be something useful. I know someone in the chat mentioned it in a previous stream. But I may have to rely on some other strategies here if I need to. Show me second. Hey. Hey! Haha! We got it! Hell yes. Dude. That is awesome. Okay. We were just talking about that that feeling, you know, being on seed and on frame, and that's a good feeling. The bad news is we only have to do that 12 more times, but I think it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Yeah, it is an excellent shiny. Absolutely sweet. All right. That's 1 star you out of the way. Let's look at this other one here. Okay, so you're the one I just caught. And now there's you. This one's a little bit longer for wait, but that will hopefully be nice when we're trying to get the cast out. What am I doing there? All right. This one is relaxed. A relaxed little star. $15, $27, $20. $27, $11, $11. And there's 2 options here. This first one, I think, is not the one I want. I want the second one. Yeah, there we go. And the settings are stereo help, as before. And this is the one. Yep. Oh, this is a really long seed wait, isn't it? Huh. I guess I was struggling to find... Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. Stereo help. Where is stereo help? Extra none. Mono, extra none. Yeah, this one. Okay, well. Whatever. Yeah, this is the right one. Okay. On to the next. Well, yes, I would say, especially for fishing, that was quicker than your average. It just so happens to be like I mean, I've done over 100 shiny RNGs at this point, I think. Close to it anyway. So one would think that I have a little bit more experience with this that would make it easier, but sometimes it doesn't feel that way. Sometimes I feel just as lost as anyone else. All right, are we getting a first cast situation? We are. Okay. So if I'm on seed, I'll probably calibrate with this. We are fishing. Yes, we're going to be doing a lot of that today, unfortunately, because it's like one of the hardest RNGs to do in Fire Red and Leaf Green. But we got one under our belt already, so I'm feeling pretty good so far. At least it isn't Hoenn fishing. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge. We'll definitely cross that bridge. Oh, both my star Miis have star pieces. Isn't that fun? Or my star U's. My star U! I was 1 seed late, unfortunately, so we can't use that. But just for my own reference, 25.72. Okay, yeah. So that was about 4 frames early, but again, that's a dud. We have to be on seed for me to really know what's going on. It's going to be so nice when I'm done with these fishing encounters and I don't have to gamble. Like, can you imagine if Sweet Scent had a chance of failing? It'd be awful. Alright, I will be happy with a first or a second cast. First cast is fine. Are you trying to have a shiny Octillery? Wouldn't say it's the strongest, but I do like Octillery. Based on the... Well, the Remoraid and Octillery line, they're both an interesting concept, if you know the lore. The inspirations for their designs, I think, is very interesting. Keep doing that. Don't want to go in the Pokédex. This crab has a rash. On seed, first cast. So, how are we looking with the calibration here? It appears that I'm 3 frames late, which is interesting. But not interesting if you think about the fact that 3 frames is about the difference between casts. So actually, you know what? I probably don't want to calibrate, because if I get second cast again, it looks like I'm going to be right on it. So my calibration has held, it looks like, between both of these seeds. I'm just going to keep it. And if I get the first cast again, I'll just do my best to shoot 3 frames early. Or, yeah, 3 frames early. Or 3 frames late. No, I want to be late. First cast, I need to be 3 frames late. Third cast, I need to be 3 frames early. Okay. We're good. We're good. I just had a little bit of a mental glitch there, but things are back to normal. I try. Okay. So what would actually be kind of ideal is getting second cast here. Okay. Show me second cast. Let's go. All right. So I have a pretty solid chance here then, if I'm on seed and everything that I know about this sitch is correct, And I've got a solid chance. Damn. I was like, ooh, Staryu, but no. Not quite. Let's see what the damage is. Okay, this is a, what, method 4 or something? This is method 4. I was 1 seed early, unfortunately. And, yeah, because of that, it doesn't really matter. So difficult to get everything to line up. Okay, first cast moment. So we need to really channel 3 frames late energy here. 3 frames late. That is so hard. I can push it like by 1 or 2 frames semi-accurately, but 3 frames is tricky. So let's see if this is doable. Probably too much there. Yeah. Might have been late on that seed, but we'll run it just in case. Show me second. Okay, show me third at least. Okay, so now I have to aim for 3 frames early. Oh, baby! Damn! I'm too good at this. Okay, well, there you have it. That was it. That was me aiming 3 frames early, just on a whim, and getting it. Hell yes, dude. That feels good. That feels really good. That's even more satisfying than the previous. You know, like, who needs a timer? Like, I'm not even using the timer at this point. I'm just like raw instinct. That's what's happening here. That is so cool. Okay. Well, I'm happy with that. Really happy with that. I think that bodes well for the rest of this situation. But Starmie, Staryu, Starmie, all that's complete. We are definitely sitting pretty. And I'm just gonna fly here. And they all have Stardust too, which is kind of neat. Let me go ahead and take those while they're out here. Okay, where does the Starmie line go? I'm looking for the Horsey back this way. Alright, Horsey. There's Horsey, then Seadra, then 4 of the Goldeen line. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's Staryu. So I think this is the first spot here. I think that's how it goes. Seadra, Goldeen, Goldeen, Sea King, Sea King. Okay, great. So that's where you belong. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All right. Who's next? They are both natural cure, yes. Unfortunately. But I'll still use my normal one with natural, or with illuminate. And that'll be just fine. All right, y'all. We're moving right along. Very good pace. The next question is, where should we go next? I may be leaning towards Fuchsia City to get all the Goldeen and Sea King. 2 Goldeen, 2 Sea King for the 2 gender variants of each. I'm feeling like that's the next logical step. Yeah, let's do that. And the first one on here would be what I've designated as the Sea King, but I mean, it could be either way. So I'm going to copy that real quick. This is Fuchsia. And is this... Yeah, this is Super Rod. So we're looking for Sea King. And that's the frame right there. Hasty female Sea King. $5, $25, $28. $13, $7, $27. And once again, there are 2 spreads here. I think I clicked the right one. Yeah, that's the one I want. And the settings for this are stereo L equals A. Stereo L equals A. Okay, so now I just need to go over to Fuchsia and get set up. Horsey, I actually have Horsey. I got Horsey in Fire Red. And it's funny because it was actually an accident that I got Horsey. It was kind of one of those situations where I had casted earlier than I wanted to, and I was trying to compensate, and I ended up hitting a totally different shiny frame that I wasn't aiming for, but I got the Horsey in it, so let me do this first. Okay. No Safari Zone fishing because the Pokemon in this challenge need to be caught in a Pokeball. So all the Safari Zone encounters that are exclusive to that, I have to breed them later. So that's the sitch there. Agreed. Goated moment. Okay, first cast moment. Trying to hit 3 frames. Well, I need to know if this calibration holds first, so actually I'm probably just gonna press A on the timer. Get a sense of what's going on here. Yes, thankfully I won't have to deal with the Safari Zone catches. I mean, I did. I had to catch the normal forms. I had to catch the normal versions to use them to breed later. But yes, thankfully I don't have to shiny RNG them and then watch them flee over and over and over again. That is a big plus. Okay, I was 1 seed late, unfortunately. So hard to say. And I was 2 frames early. So it seems like the calibration holds. I'm going to assume, well, I guess I shouldn't assume, but if I get anything other than a second cast, I'm going to assume the calibration holds, and I'm going to try for 3 frames early or late based on that. Chansey is a war criminal. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. The Safari Zone is cruel and unusual punishment. Okay, another first cast. So I'll want to be 3 frames late. Might have been too late there. And not 2 frames late, I mean, like, TOO late. Okay, can we get a second cast moment? Okay, can we get a third cast moment? Okay. 3 frames early now. I was like, ooh. Thought maybe. Yeah, especially if you have ever hunted down for one of those lucky eggs in Fire Red and Leaf Green. You certainly have beef with Chansey. Show me second. Okay, so if this is on seed, then I will feel good about this. Okay, so let's see what this is. Oh yeah, I'm sure. What's the encounter rate for that? It's like 2% for Chansey or something? I was 1 seed late again, unfortunately, and 1 frame off, so I still feel like the calibration's holding up well. I just need to hit my seed now, it seems. Oh yeah, that is brutal. That's very, very brutal. Q per G, you said you got a full odds shiny Chansey? Oh, first hook. Probably not late enough there. No. I think the spirit of that, the retro achievements thing, is kind of like how I like to play these games. You know, this challenge, for example, you know, it's goes above and beyond the intended way to play the games. Just a different way of engaging with them. I think that's always the most fun way to play Pokemon, is doing your own thing. Okay. 3 frames late. 3 frames late. 3 frames late. Hmm. When I was a wee lad. Okay. Haven't gotten second cast in a while. 3 frames late, 3 frames late. Oh, that was too late. That was way too late. Yeah, definitely not. Thinking maybe 4 or 5 there. Is it foolish of me to aim for the second cast versus the first? I guess not. It worked out for the last army, so... I too am a fan of the re-releases, mostly because it is so difficult to get GBA cartridges these days, the Pokemon GBA cartridges. They're so overinflated in the market right now. So expensive. So I'm glad that people, especially younger people, can play these games without breaking the bank too much. Alright, that felt decent. No. It is a difficult thing. Clutching out 3 frame difference. It's difficult. Very much. Oh yeah, there's plenty to do in Emerald. Especially when you think about the Battlefront tier. Not my cup of tea. But people definitely enjoy it. I think it would just drive me insane. I'd be instant rage. Also, I'm getting like first cast every time now. Which is kind of annoying, actually. Can't get a proper second cast situation. First cast, once again. I might check what this is, even if I don't hit my target. Yeah, just for the hell of it, let's see what we landed on here. One seed late. And a few frames off, but one seed late. Okay, show me second cast. Come on. Second cast. Wow, okay, so now this is really going to be off if I even get this. Yeah, I'd go really early there. There's no freaking way. Oh my god! What? What? Jesus Christ. That's insane. So I did like what was that? Like 4 casts? I did 4 casts, meaning I had to be approximately 6 frames early, and I just whiffed it and I got it. 6 frames early. This is why you stick it out. Don't give up prematurely. But that's even crazier than the star meat, you know. 3 frames early, that's sure, that's impressive, but 6 frames early on the dot, dude. Flushing in at the last second, that is wild. That is absolutely wild. Immediately sees the way, yeah. Damn, dude. No further comment, I guess. And a nice easy catch, too? Like, dude, we are just rolling. Absolutely rolling. Okay. Well. You all saw it. You saw what happened there. All right, well, we just have to do that 3 more times in this section here. I don't know why I'm copying that again. Yeah. Now we're going for the male Sea King. Similar situation. Yep. Impish male. Nine, 4, 10. $5.23. And what is this? Stereo help? Okay. Okay. I am going to use the restroom real quick. So I get this sitch set up. How many more fish do we have left? In total, we have 10 left, but 7 of them are going to be outside of Cerulean. So I'm trying to finish everything outside of Cerulean today. But give me a second. Be right back. Okay, all right. So this will be the second Sea King. And then when we're done with this, I'm going to go for the 2 Goldeen, the male and the female. And then we can move on to maybe some more interesting Pokemon. I mean, not that Goldeen or Sea King are boring by any means, but they're not exactly standouts. Okay, can we get a second cast? Let's go. Okay. Yes, they certainly do exist. I was on seed, and I was too late. I do think that is worth calibrating for, actually. Yeah. I'm just gonna put that in. What's up, Electabuzz? Hmm. Okay, second cast again. Will this be the one? I don't know. Maybe I wasn't on seed, or I guess I could have missed the frame too. That's possible. I am an imperfect being that can miss frames sometimes. Where is my... There it is. It's one seed late, unfortunately. So can't really take advantage of that. Okay. Been getting lucky with these second casts. If I'm on seed, there's a good chance. Damn, damn, damn. Maybe I'm not on seed again. Again, maybe I just missed the frame. Also mild. One seed early, yeah. One seed early and on frame, actually. That pesky seed. Always getting in the way. Okay. 3 frames late. 3 frames late. 3 frames late. Nope. Okay. Complete dud. 4 fishing attempts, no catches. That will happen from time to time. All right. If I'm on seed, we have a good chance. No. Is this the one I hit earlier? If it is, then we're not on seed. One early. I think this is the exact same one, yeah. So again, 1 seed early on frame. Funny how that works. All right, 3 early. Nope. This is starting to feel like real fishing, where you're just sitting around, waiting, not a lot going on. Okay. Another shot in the dark. No good. All right. This is the one. Come on. This has got to be the one. Damn it. Dag nabbit. One seed late again. Come on. One seed early, one seed late, one seed early, one seed late, one seed late, one seed early, one seed early, one seed early, one seed late. Okay. Two of each because there's a gender difference between the two. The male Seeking and Horsey have slightly larger horns compared to the female versions. Most of the gender differences don't show up in Gen 3, but they do come up when migrated to later games. You may be right about that, yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah, they added a lot of gender differences for older Pokemon, and a lot of the Sinnoh Pokemon, especially the early route mons, they went crazy with the gender differences. I think that was like a new thing they were trying out. Like, let's just give all these Pokemon different forms. They're all very subtle, too. They're not anything major. My favorite has to be the lipstick on the Wobbuffet, though. Best gender variant of all time. Definitely not. Yeah. Game Freak was like, how can we make this amorphous blue blob more effeminate? Oh, I know. Hmm. Okay, if I'm on seed, we got a good shot at this. Please tell me I'm on seed. Might have been late, actually. Oh no, good. Very good. Yeah. I was not late. Awesome. Very, very nice. All right, we have our Sea Kings. Now we just need our Goldines. And I'll drop off these 2 fish before we grab the next 2. Correct. We are no longer seeking. Seeking. Yes. Very well said. All right. Moving on. Time for some smaller fish. Like little bitty goldfish. That's what we're looking for. And this is the first one, yes. Male Goldine. And actually, this is good rod, so we need to change that. And we have relaxed male. There we go. $7.22.26. $6.925. And this is going to be stereo help. We're already on stereo help, so I'm just going to save here. This is top option. And I have a feeling that this is going to be calibrated similarly to the first 2, so I'm going to actually preemptively change this back to what we had before. I think this is right. Yeah. Just so we have a decent chance of getting the next one 2 in a row, if that's possible. All right. So let's knock out these goldfish and go for something a little bit more interesting. Perhaps a crab. Crabs are cool. This is a pretty long wait, unfortunately, but not much we can do about it. At least we have as many casts as we want, seems like. Oh, okay. Four casts. Okay, 4 casts, so 6 frames early, assuming that my calibration is correct. So chances are not looking good, but we'll give it a shot. That was probably not early enough. Yeah, definitely not. Okay. 3 frames early. Or late, I mean. Late. 3 frames late. That's what we want. Oh, you know what? I've been using the super rod, haven't I? That is an issue. That is, that's not going to help us. I need to switch to the good rod. So, good that I caught that. Okay. Nothing to see here. Just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. Second cast, let's go. Let's hope I'm on seed. One seed late, unfortunately, and on frame. So I think my calibration's probably pretty solid. It's a shame. Good morning, Utah. You seem chipper this morning with all the exclamation points. All right, show me second cast. Rats. Show me third cast at least. Okay. Cast number 4. Cast number 5. So what, we're up to 9 frames early now? Okay, 9 frames early. Can I do that? I don't know if that's possible for me to do, but let's see. Yeah, no shot there. Absolutely not. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad your morning has been relaxing so far. Mine has been too, honestly. Some moments of excitement with some of these long shots that I landed, but I'm having a nice morning as well. Well, I guess that means that you see all the fun I'm having, which is great. Glad that's coming through. I'm having so much fun. Which game do you want to replay? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the chill vibes. Except when they're not. Which is very rare. Very rare they're not chill. You have Scarlet, but you never started it? You know, a replay of X or Y sounds pretty nice, actually. I've only done one full playthrough of X, I think, is the one I played. And I had a good time with it. Damn it. Oh wait, hold on. Which one of these did I hit? I was either 1 or 2 frames late on the seed, probably this one. I was probably 1 seed late. Which made me 1 frame late. Okay, yeah. Nothing to see here. Just can't hit the seed, apparently. Yeah, the Gen 8 games, the Galar games are actually pretty fun, but not in the way that most Pokemon games are, I would say. The main story of Galar it sucks. I think it's pretty bad. But the actual experience of playing through the game and, you know, using the features, I think that makes it a lot of fun. Okay. We got another shot here. I'm surprised Gen 5 disappointed you. I just full on like stopped playing Pokemon after Gen 4. I didn't even try Gen 5 until later. Ah, come on. Come on. That's kind of crazy. You got the DLCs for Galar, but you never got to them. The Galar DLCs are probably one of the best parts of those games. Isle of Armor's, you know, it's fine, but Crown Tundra is really fun. And by really fun, I think I mean just a lot more interesting than most of the base game stuff. Okay. I was 1 frame late on Seed, it looks like. Yep. 1 frame late on Seed. You hate to see it. You really do. Yeah, I've never experienced that. I never bothered with the grind, but I did hear that getting Pokemon up to level 100 in the post-game of Gen 5 is a real slog. Yeah, the Crown Tundra is actually interesting in terms of layout. The Isle of Armor's fine. I mean, it's kind of just like a loop. A loop or a semicircle. I can't remember exactly. The caves are cool, though. That does give you a little sense of exploration. It's nice to go into caves. And because I played Gen 5 later, or I revisited them, I never got to do any of the Dream World stuff. So I've always been curious about that. And yeah, I've yet to play ZA. I've seen a lot of interesting things about it, a lot of good things. One day I'll get it. I'll definitely need to get it for this challenge, but getting to ZA would be the last game at this point, so it's going to be a while. You really don't like Gen 8 in general? Well, considering the Galar games definitely have mixed reviews, and BDSP are the other Gen 8 games, so I understand why you would dislike those. I'm not a fan either. But also, isn't Legends Arceus in Gen 8 as well? And it's top tier? It's like one of the best games ever? Best Pokemon games ever? So I wouldn't be so quick to say all of Gen 8 is trash, but each their own. Magikarp. BDSP aren't real. You just imagined it. It's okay, Billy. Go back to sleep. You just had a nightmare. Yes, I agree. Galar did bring a lot of solid designs to the table. Something that I think a lot of people sleep on is the G-Max Orbeetle, how it's like a UFO. I love that. You never see it because Orbeetle sucks, and G-Max Orbeetle sucks as well. But I just love that design. I think it's super awesome. Same with G-Max Corviknight. Big fan. Especially the shiny, how the accents are yellow. It just looks so awesome. That was probably too late. Yeah. To my understanding, BDSP didn't really fix anything, right? If anything, they made things worse. They messed up the Spinda algorithm. They kept in a lot of the major glitches. So I think we went backwards with BDSP, not forwards. Yeah, the Orbeetle Love. You really gotta love it to use it, because it's not good at all. Utah, please tell me you've played Legends Arceus. Don't just tell me you have it sitting up in your shelf collecting dust. Okay, we're up to 6 frames early. All right, let's see if we can do it. Bit of a long shot. Yeah, I too, I loved the fossils. Galar fossils. Very cool idea. Magikarp. Oh, that is true. BDSP did revamp the Underground. Okay, I'll give them that. The Underground was improved in that sense. Shelf she sits. Well, that is unacceptable. Yeah, love Arctozolt. Arctozolt's probably my favorite out of the 4. Yes, yes, there are so many other games to be played, I understand. But Arceus is the pinnacle. Especially of, like, recently released Pokemon games, it's the pinnacle. Give it some love. Hold on. 11:33, 19, 20, 11, 17, 20. I was on seed and I was 2 frames late. Dude. All right, I'm going to calibrate by 1. That's a shame. Yeah, their track record with remakes is mixed. Heart Gold and Soul Silver were pretty dang awesome. And those are the only real bona fide remakes, other than like Fire Red and Leaf Green are technically remakes too, but they're pretty much just GBA ports, not a lot of stuff added. You have a plush of God? How blasphemous. Oh, that's kind of interesting. They just gave it to you. Oh, that's right, Oraz. I completely forgot. Of course Oraz was a thing. Yeah, I'm not even gonna check you, I know. I don't even need to know you. Yeah, Oraz was pretty good too. I have heard, you know, through the various leaks and whatever, that there is no indication we're going to get Gen 5 remakes, which would be the next logical step, you know, since Gen 4 has been redone. Which I do think is probably a good thing. It also kind of makes me sad, you know, because like Gen 5 got so much hate, you know, during its debut. Definitely doesn't receive enough recognition. All right. Up to 6 frames early. Okay, 6 frames early. Let's try it. Let's try it. No shot. No shot. Yeah, Cyndaquil, that whole line, it strikes a nice balance of cute and cool, if you know what I mean. We're talking about Pokemon contest stats anyway. Perfect combination. Oh, the remix can be great. Yeah. Imagine. Of course, you have to remember with Oraz, they totally just like did not do the Battle Frontier. Which was disappointing. Not that that's like the most important thing, but like, come on, they should have included it. Yes! Fish! Fish! You can't really go wrong with any of the Hisuian starters. I think they're all excellent design-wise. Was that a male or a female? That was a male. Cool. All right, let's get a move on, people. I want to get this last goldfish out of the way, and then maybe we'll move on to something more interesting, or we might just go for a Magikarp. I don't know. This is stereo help, same settings. So I'll go ahead and save again. Just for my whatever. Okay. Careful female. And 27, 29. $30, 22, 2. Oh, look at all these guys here. Let's see if this is the one I want. 24, 25. No, I want the other ones. 24, 27. There's one that's earlier. Okay, let's try this last one. There we go. This is one I want. Stereo help. This option, yep, right here. Okay. Let's get this last goldfish out of here, shall we? I know Unova needs some serious love, some serious attention to make up for that atrocity. It would look really good. Like, I've seen many fan-created versions of that. Like, someone made a Johto, like 2.5D style. It looked amazing. They could easily do that. Because there's so much charm behind the sprites in Pokemon that you lose with 3D. It just makes so much sense. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. All right, starting off strong. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that game, but I think I know what you mean. Yeah, I do like the look of Wind and Waves so far. Way too early to tell exactly how it's going to turn out. But there's some promising stuff with it. Some of the initial graphics look nice. Underwater mechanics sounds really fun. I think that has been a missing element for a long time. Okay, I was on seed, and I was 1 frame late. Damn. Do I calibrate that? I was 1 frame off of getting it twice in a row. Okay. Do I calibrate? Do I calibrate? Do I calibrate? My gut says no. My gut says I don't calibrate and I just get good. That's what my gut is telling me. Yeah, I have no extra space in my mind or in my schedule for more creature catchers. Pokemon takes that all up. Even though I'm sure there are some out there that are technically probably more fun. Well, the good thing is they aren't releasing it until 27, which is some indication that they're doing some due diligence with it. But yeah, it's likely that it's still going to be rough around the edges, based on Game Freak's track record. Corp. Yeah, I don't really know when I'm gonna try to get a Switch 2. Make my life easier, just with the load times for the Switch games. They're mostly improved. I'm currently working on another pretty ambitious hunt on one of the Switch games, and I feel like it would be 30% faster if I was doing it on a Switch 2. But I'm in too deep now. I just have to accept it as it is. Yeah, I do. Pal World, I think, is all power to him, man. You go for it, Pal World. Not my thing, but Pokemon with guns, it needed to be an option. And yeah, you know, I think the little gecko, the water gecko, looks really cool. But mixed feelings about everything else. Yeah, baby! Yes! Yes, yes, yes. That's why you don't calibrate. Never calibrate. All right. I want to say we're done with goldfish, but I actually think Magikarp counts as a goldfish too, so that would be inaccurate for me to say. But we're done with these goldfish. Yes, certainly it would behoove you to upgrade. All right. Get out of here, sucker. Get out of here. We have some options now. Option A is I could go ahead, because Magikarp is available everywhere with a good rod, I could go ahead and fish up a male and female Magikarp from this same pond. Option B, we could get some crabs. I could try to get Krabby and Kingler. What y'all think? Which one should I do next? No more humanoid starters? Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, I think that's just inevitable, but we'll see. I did hear about the price jumps, yeah. Gotta figure it out. Fish steak. Fish streak, actually. No, I'm not going to the Magikarp salesman. That's like even harder than fishing. Well, would it be harder than fishing? I think it would be. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. There's a lot of moving NPCs in the Pokemon Center. That's what makes it hard. All right, so Utah thinks fish streak. We might as well do a fish streak. I think by selecting an old rod, I can guarantee Magikarp every time, so that'll do. That'll do. Okay. Okay, so this is done. Where is Magikarp? Gyarados. Wait, hold on. Magikarp? Do I not have... I don't have a Magikarp spread? I guess I totally forgot. That's fun. That's so funny. I didn't even add Magikarp to this. Huh. Really? Magneton, Magmar, Magnemite. Okay, yeah. I don't have Magikarp spreads, but I definitely need them. So let's just I'm gonna plug in some of these seeds in here just to see what I got. The good thing is, because Magikarp is literally available everywhere with an old rod, I can probably find a shiny spread fairly quickly. So let's see. Start with this very first extra shiny seed I have available. That's like 2100. Let's look for one that's like a little sooner. Okay, yeah. This is a female Magikarp at 1780. Let's go ahead and do this one. So I just need to make sure that this is labeled correctly. Magikarp. And while I'm on this page, I want to go ahead. Was this a male Magikarp? Because if it is, then I'll just use this one. No, that's a female as well. Let's look for another spare seed here. That is a male. So yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, so that is settled. Yeah, not a big deal, because Magikarp is literally the most widespread available Pokemon in its habitats. So no issues there. Yes, the elusive Magikarp, of course. That's so weird, though, that I didn't already have those set up. All right, well, we might as well now. I've already set up everything for it, so let's go ahead and do Magikarp. And I don't even think it matters, like, where the location that I put in for this, because Magikarp is the 100% what spawns every time with the old rod. This is a bold female. 24/7/16. Eight 13/7. And this is going to be stereo L equals A. This option. Okay. Magikarp. Carp, carp, carp. Am I fishing Slowpoke? No, I'm not. I actually got Slowpoke and Slowbro in the Seafoam Islands. So they're already accounted for. Yes, for Kingler specifically, I will be getting that one directly above Cinnabar. And Krabby, I have some more options. I think I put a route on my list where I've decided to go for that one. Actually, they might be on the same route, so I may just do them both in the same place. Fun fact, Kingler is a 5% encounter exclusive to Leaf Green, even though the Krabby line is not a version exclusive. So that's one of the reasons why I am getting the Kingler in this game. Okay. First hook. That means I need to be a little bit late on this press. Most likely. Gorp, gorp, gorp. Yeah, it's a reservoir of extremely rare species that I am stealing from his little pond. Really, all the goldfish-esque or the koi fish Pokemon we're getting from this one pond. Been getting a lot of first casts with this one. I think, does the old rod work that way, where it's more likely you're going to get a fish on the first cast? I don't actually know how the fishing works. But I cannot calibrate until I get a second cast. If I'm committing to that. Okay. Give me a second cast. Ah, dang it. All right, 6 frames early now. That was not early enough. Yep, clearly not. Fish on. One thing that is going to make this tricky is if I do need to calibrate, then because everything is a Magikarp and it's low level, it's going to be hard to actually identify which seed I landed on, or which spread I landed on, including what seed that's on. So I may need to use some rare candies or something to make sure that's more clear. Well, happy early birthday, Utah. Yeah, I think the main reason for not getting a Switch 2 for me is, number one, I don't need it at the moment, and number two, it's expensive. Expensive to upgrade, so. Payday or no payday. Alright, so now, this is the second cast I was waiting for, so now I can actually calibrate this. See what's going on here. Hopefully find out what spread I hit fairly easily, but may have to use a rare candy or two just to be safe. All right, let's see if this is enough. 1780 is my target. There's a 1778. That's 2 frames late. That would be a lot late. Anything closer? Probably, yeah, these are both too late anyway. So it looks like, yeah, I was 2 frames late that time, unfortunately. But around the frame I want to be, so. Oh yeah, that'll be fun. Have you ever been to Japan before? I've never been. Yeah, full-time salary is barely enough. I feel you. All right. Hopefully I'm on seed. Maybe I'm probably late again, but we'll see. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of places you need to go then. But Japan's a great first start, I think. Okay, a lot more options here. Anything around the 1780s. Looks like I was 2 frames late again on the seed. Unfortunately, which... That's not good. That's not good. Why is that happening? Why am I doing that? Oh, you have a twin. That's cool. Right, that one was definitely not 2 frames late. Yeah, Germany's cool. My wife went to Germany not a few years ago. It's been like maybe like 7 years now, but yeah, she had a good time. It's always good to travel with a friend or to meet up with someone. Makes it a lot better. Okay. That was a complete dud. No fish on the line. Fish was not on. Yeah, you know, I just have, I've been a bunch of different places over the years, but my one bucket list place is I want to go to New Zealand someday. I just think it looks very beautiful with its nature. I think the climate is like super ideal. Just looks like an awesome place to be. And of course, everybody sees the New Zealand landscape through the Lord of the Rings movies. It's one of our main exposure to that as Americans. The favorite accent, yeah. It's an interesting one. I'm a fan of the Australian, New Zealand flavor of English accents. Really? Well, that is a confession. They're only just, you know, the greatest trilogy ever put to film. It's no big deal. Oh, wow. That was a fast hook. Agreed, yes. Peter Jackson was cooking with those. Are you just a non-conformist, Catty Corner? If it's pop, you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm too cool for that. Yeah, historically, I've also been a pretty big Star Wars fan. Haven't been super into the latest phase of Star Wars, but I grew up, you know, during the prequel era, and so that was huge. I have a very distinct memory of seeing Clone Wars in theaters with my family and being very confused when Jango Fett died in the arena because I thought he was Boba Fett. Yeah, so that was I distinctly remember that moment. Yeah, the original The Thing is intense. I think the practical effects in that movie really kind of like make it even more intense, more scary. I saw the new one too. The new one's pretty good, but it doesn't have that same flavor. You know what I mean? Yeah, Duel of Fates hits me where I live. Let's just say that. It makes me feel something that very few things do. Dang, I was feeling good about that one, but yeah, The Thing is all gas, no brakes. That's right. One Seed late. No wonder. Really skewing late on the seed. Episode 3, pure Kino? What does that mean? Of the highest quality. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I would say number 3 is my favorite prequel. In terms of my favorite Star Wars movie, I would say, not Revenge of the Sith, hold on. Oh, I'm blanking on, it's A New Hope. It's, The Empire Strikes Back. That's what it is. That's the one that's my probably favorite out of the 6. I don't count the most recently released 3, that trilogy. It's not even in my brain. Darn it. You know, this Magikarp is really giving me a run for my money right now. I think part of it is I'm struggling with the seed, but once I get that ironed out, hopefully we can take care of this fish. Yes. I think we can all agree it's just not a part of the canon. Yeah, KOTOR was something special. Damn, I keep getting first cast. Yeah, we could spend all day talking about the fumbles of Disney, but probably for the best for my mentality that we don't. I'm gonna check this even though it was first cast because I want to know, am I hitting my seed? It's a very important thing. Am I hitting my seed? That one I did hit my seed, and I was 2 frames late. Which makes sense. I overcompensated with the rod. Okay. Good to know. You're saying Disney has trouble having a nuanced take on something? What a crazy idea. Okay, I keep getting the first cast. Yeah, they're not going to dig up KOTOR. Probably not, maybe. No guarantees, really. Oh, wasn't supposed to do that. All right, Magikarp. We need to get this show on a roll. Let's get going. Sure, I'd say it's niche enough that it's most likely safe for the time being. First cast again. Goodness gracious. Greetings. AFN. Okay, show me second cast, please. Show me. Okay, cool. If I'm on seed, then we got a shot. We got a good chance. If I'm on seed. That's a shame. It's a real shame. All right. Lonely. Have I hit you before? I don't know if I have. One seed late? Come on. I think I have hit you before. I guess I'm really, all of a sudden, I've just started skewing late on the seed, even though I've changed nothing. So that's fun. Oh, congrats. Yeah, 2%, anything below 5 can feel like quite the hunt. All right, let's hope that was not one late. Still could have been, though. First cast, of course. Yeah, that's just how it goes. You see every other rare thing before the rare thing you're actually looking for. That is a requirement. That's how it goes. Well, there actually is a competitive scene for Gen 3 games, both in Smogon and there's all kinds of leagues. People play Gen 3 all the time. Yeah, look into Jimothy Cool. He shows a lot of Gen 3 content. Does a lot of tournaments and stuff. Okay. Dud. Yeah, both good suggestions. Yeah, there's a scene. I mean, of course, it's much smaller than VGC, but it's there. Yes, its ability Illuminate helps get fishing encounters more frequently. You can get a Star U as early as... well, it's in Vermilion, but I can't remember. I think you can get it with a good rod. So you need to make it to Fuchsia first. And then go back up to Vermilion and fish it up. Oh! Gold! Gold! And this is a level 5 Magikarp, so we're just throwing balls at it. Yeah, NAIC was crazy. Some of the things on there. The number of double protects and one triple protect in multiple games. That was actually kind of wild, watching that. It's weighed a lot of things. All right, Magikarp female. Check. Let's get this last Magikarp. Let's go ahead and knock it out. Which one's which? I think this is the one I just did. Yes. So now we're going to go for this one. This is a male, Hasty. Two 22, 23. $31, 0, 21. Interesting. And these settings are stereo L equals A again. So we're going to plug, and we're going to go. Oh. I saved, right? I'm going to save again just in case. Yeah, the physical special split changed the game in a lot of ways. Mostly for the better, I would say. But it's just an interesting... It's an interesting setup. What do I think about a Rock Slide nerf? I don't know, because I think the chance of missing does basically make it more fair. I think if it had perfect accuracy, that would be another issue, but because it misses fairly often, I don't know. I think it's sort of balanced. The current meta is very rock weak, though, with Mega Charizard and everything, and Mega Frostlass. So Rock Slide is especially good right now, so I think that's why it feels particularly OP, but it's always been good, of course. And yes, everything is in Champions. Yeah, that match was awesome. BGC is so it's such a deep thing, you know, like it's like chess on steroids, you know, so many things you have to consider, you have to think through, so many different outcomes, predicting your opponent too, based on their knowledge and skill level. Like it's such a deep game. I'm not very good at it, but I can admire it for what it is. Jolly. It appears I was a seed late on frame, so my calibration's still holding. Yeah, the meta does change pretty quickly, but also they do the regulation changes, so that kind of forces things to change pretty dramatically. King Gambit, of course, is OP in a lot of ways, but I think it's especially OP right now because of Incineroar, you know, because Incineroar is one of the greatest VGC mons of all time, and that Defiant boost is so good on it. So I think it just happens to benefit from that, a VGC staple. I think the other thing is, you know, isn't King Gambit like on the slower side too, so that helps. That helps keep it in check a little bit. I am curious, you know, in the future, if Eviolite and Bisharp is gonna be doing anything. I think King Gambit still might outclass it enough to where it's not gonna be a thing. But maybe in a certain regulation or in a certain meta, might be interesting. No goldfish. Okay. Well, all of these options are a little funky, but I think I was probably one seed early on that one. Makes the most sense to me. One seed early, one frame late. Okay. Another dud. 4 casts, 0 fish. No, stats are not in the equation for this. It's all about getting the distinct forms. Stats are not a consideration. Except for, I did hunt all the legendary birds with, like, good stat spreads, or at least the best that I could find on the shinies. And I will do the same thing for Mewtwo. I will get Mewtwo with pretty good stats as well. But otherwise, no, stats are not an issue. I'm just trying to get shinies. Just vibes, yeah. Just the aesthetic. Also, I want to do that again. I didn't like that button press. Yeah, we're here for the aesthetics. You know what I mean? We're not here for viability. Or, you know, anything useful. Okay, see ya. Fishing is fun. Fishing is fun. So much fun. I think they're just neat. Yeah. Aren't they, though? All right, people. Come on. Let's make this the one. Damn it. It's so rare now that I get the 2 casts. I gotta take advantage when I can. Okay. What was it? 1590 something, 1595. Yeah, it looks like I was 1 seed early. That's not cool. Yes, so every time I cast the rod, it advances 3 frames in the PRNG. And so I have everything calibrated as if throwing the second rod is the one I'm aiming for. So if I get the first one, then I'm 3 frames behind and I need to try to be late. See, just like that. I try to press it a little bit after the timer. Because I'd be 3 frames early on average if I just press the button on timer on the first cast. So that's why I want it. I want the first one to fail and the second one to be the one that I land the Pokemon, because that's the one I'm calibrated for. The reason why I'm going for the second one, not for the first, is because the second one, being calibrated for the second one means that if I get the first one, then I'm try 3 frames late. If I get the middle one, then I'm on. If I get the third one, then I try 3 frames early. So it kind of helps me have like a little range that I can aim for. But it is hard if it's not the second cast, it is really hard to get those 3 frames correct. But I gotta try. Yeah, there's no internet battles in the games themselves, but you could do like a emulator league something. Most people in Gen 3, I think you can use the... Okay, let's see what you are. You can use Pokemon XD and maybe Coliseum as well, but mainly XD. Do like emulated XD and then do online battles that way. I've seen I'm a Blissey and Papa Hefe do that. Hasty, are we? Six, 9, 7, 8. Wait. There we go. Okay, 1590 something. Let me just let me close up this frame range here. 1580 to 1600. All right. Oh. No, that doesn't... I didn't hit anything in that range? 70, 16, 50. Okay, there we go. Wait, 70. That's 20 frames early. I think I hit method 4, that's why. Yeah, method 4. Late on the seed. 1 frame early. This dang seed, dude. I'm having trouble. Having trouble getting the seed right. I am also hoping that Emerald comes out for the Switch, not just because that would be very convenient, but also because it means there's going to be a Mew event in English from a Gen 3 game, even though it's emulated, and that'll probably be my Mew for the challenge. So I won't have to play through Japanese Emerald twice. So hopefully that gets announced before I finish Gen 3. Before I have to go for Mew. Because yeah, if they don't release Emerald on the Switch, my only option for Mew in Gen 3 is to play Japanese Emerald all the way through, then emulate the mystery gift for the mystery map, then catch it on that island with a Pokeball, and then do it all over again, except the next time getting a shiny one, which has its own issues, you know, confirming my secret ID in Emerald. It's a big thing. Yeah, Mew has been elusive for a very long time. And wouldn't be surprised if you never got one in Gen 3 because it was Japanese exclusive. Okay, okay. Just got to get this fish. This last gold fish. Oh, there is so many things. So many things in the Pokemon rabbit hole. Even the true fans don't know. It's hard to keep up with all of it. You kind of have to be obsessed to know all this information. And I'm pretty sure I'm on that in that category. Dude, I keep getting the first cast and I'm not getting this frame correct. It's a whole thing. Maybe the next time I get a first cast, I'll see what frame I'm landing on there. There must be a higher chance of getting it first cast with an old rod. There's gotta be. Oh, yes! Yes, I had to do it a little bit late, but that was enough. That was enough. Awesome. We're finally done with this frickin' pond. So there are two issues with that. The first is Mew was never officially released in English Emerald. So I would say for that reason, it's not a legit Mew if it doesn't come from a Japanese game. The other issue is that I feel like Ace is too powerful. Too powerful of a glitch. So I'm mostly avoiding it in this challenge. I'm avoiding most, like, game-breaking glitches. So those are the couple reasons why I wouldn't go. Also, what? This Magikarp is, like, fighting really hard. You're a level 5 Magikarp, dude. Like, get over yourself. Just get in the ball. What is going on? Okay. That Magikarp, you know, you gave it a good shot, but wasn't enough. So yeah, that's I just feel like Ace can defeat the spirit of the challenge often. So. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I got a Pokemon on the hook. Surprise, surprise, it's a Magikarp. History of struggling to breathe, yeah. All right, let's go down here real quick. I think we might have time for one more target. Perhaps. Okay, where does this all line up? There's Magmar. Okay, well, Pinsir. And there's Tauros. And then there's Magikarp male and female. That's right, yeah. Tauros, Magikarp male, female, Gyarados, there. I'm going after the 2 red Gyarados as well. I have to catch a male and female Gyarados, shiny. That is also going to be a thing that I do. But for now, let's take a look. I'm not going to go for the Gyarados right away, since I feel like, you know, we just got 2 Magikarp, and we got a lot of fish. So let's try to mix it up just a little bit with this last target. I believe this is the last one I can go for today. But I've just... Oh, why is that red? I have no idea. Okay. So, why don't we go for Kingler? That's going to be a fun one, right? To end the day. A big old green Kingler. This one right here. A bold female Kingler. $21, $29, $12. $31, $5, $26. And this is going to be stereo L and R. This one here. Crab hype is real. We'll get the little crab after this one at some point. But for now, big crab energy. Oh, I didn't select the super rod, did I? Or did I? I can't remember. I don't think I did. Super rod. All right, first hook. Let's see what happens. It is a crab, but it's not the crab. All right, second cast. Come on. Damn it. Okay. Okay, we got a second cast. So let's see what happens with this one. Gyarados. Okay, I was on seed, and I hit a wild 2 Gyarados on frame 1478, so I was 2 frames early. Okay, so I think that what that means is I probably want to calibrate 1 early, is what I want. 1489. Right? Yeah, because... Wait, 14... Nope, that's wrong. 1479. 1478, 1479. Yep. That's what I want. Okay. Now we just gotta do it again. Okay, first hook. Gotta delay the press a little bit. Keep getting these first cast encounters, which is all right, I suppose. But it does make it harder. Show me a second. Show me the second. All right, cool. Let's hope I'm on seed. Darn it. That is very interesting that the HP and the attack and defense are all the same stat value. One seed early, unfortunately. And that was method 4 too. So difficult having everything line up the way it needs to. Hitting the seed frame. Getting the right cast. Hitting the target frame. The frustrating is, if this was like a triple frame perfect thing, I'd probably be more content, but it's frame perfect, luck, frame perfect. The luck element in the middle is not very fun. All right, y'all. I don't know how many more of these I have in me today. I'm going to give it a good shot. Maybe if I get one more solid second cast attempt here, and it's not it, I might have to call it. Curse you, little crab. All right. Hey, yes! Awesome. Now that's a sick shiny right there. Uh-oh, you're hardening. Yeah, that's really cool. I don't know how hard it is to catch it, but... Oh, I was gonna say you're lowering my accuracy, but no, it's just lowering speed, so that's fine. So I can keep hitting sleep powders semi-consistently. I know, it's very, very green, perhaps covered in algae. thematically. Yeah. That is so sick. All right. Now that is a way to end stream. That is the finale that I was hoping for. Where is the crab, by the way? Up here. And I need a normal one too. If I ever run into one, as I'm looking for, actually, Krabby, I use a good rod on Cinnabar, so I don't think I'll figure that out, you know. But I do need to note to self, I need to look for a Kingler in the wild, a normal one. That thing is ridiculous. Ridiculously cool. Yeah, so this is your spot right here. What goes in that spot? Is that a... Oh, it's far-fetched. No wonder. Okay. All right. Let's see. In terms of what we have left, let me pull up the reference sheet here. We just caught Kingler. For the fishing encounters before we get to Cerulean Cave, we have Gyarados male and female. We have Krabby, and that's it. So only 3 more to fish up. And based on the rate at which I got through these today, I'd say that's not going to be too much of a problem, and we'll be in Cerulean Cave in no time. So, yeah, these 3 plus a normal Kingler. I need to remember, try to get a normal Kingler as well, which is a 5% encounter, so it's not super common, but hopefully that goes okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for stopping by today. Have a great rest of your weekend and start to your weeks. I'm not sure when I'll be back. I know I will be streaming again next Sunday for sure, but I'll see if I can try to sneak in, you know, a couple streams this week on the shorter side. Definitely not 4 hours like this one, but anyway, appreciate y'all. And yeah, get hyped because we're almost done with Kanto. We're very close. And once we get done with these fishing encounters, hopefully the sweet scent encounters are going to be much faster, and then we'll be on to the finale, Mewtwo, who is going to be a whole thing in and of itself. But anyway, thanks again, and see y'all later.